Yeah. So the reason for this very specific thing with the 24-year-olds is actually in the Tokyo Olympics, the team did very poorly, and they had a lot of older guys. In previous years, they had taken older guys who were kind of legends and were supposed to be really good, but they uh ended up it was weird, like some of the players went out drinking the night before because they were pitchers and they weren't going to be pitching or anything. And so there was no there was no, like, basically there was a big complaint, a lot of complaints from the Korean netizens and everything. So they decided, okay, from now on we are only going to use the 24 and younger players to represent us out in international competition. There was also a lot of complaints from previous years. They won the Asia Games, but they lost to Japan in a earlier round. They ended up coming back and winning, but there was lots of complaints about the players and everything. So that's what those two things combined together made it so that they're only gonna use the 24 and younger players. So yeah, they're all pretty young. The pitch speed is not very high, and the reason is most Korean players aren't really that tall. They don't have the leverage. Again, 150, 150. If you throw over 155, you're in the top 0.1% of Korean players. They just don't throw that speed. So yeah, they're young. They don't throw that hard. Lots of breaking balls. Almost every pitcher in the KBO throws a fork ball or something similar. So yeah, there's not a lot of speed that you're gonna have to deal with. The fastest pitchers was Kim Saw Hyun. Again, he's gonna average about 152, 153. Anu Jin is another very fast pitcher, but he's with Tommy John surgery, and he's not allowed to play on the national team because he got in trouble for bullying. And then the other one is Moon Dong Ju, who also plays for the same team as Kim Saw Hyun, and but he was injured, so he's not on the team either. So yeah, hopefully that explains everything. But we're ready. Cuba will be the home team in this game. They switched back and forth, so Korea will be batting first. Korea will lead things off. Hong Chang-gi leads things off once again, and we are ready for the first pitch. And it almost hits him. Ball one. So Korea pretty close to the same lineup, at least the same players. Pak Sung Han in at short. Kim Do Young back over at third. Song Sung Moon is now DHing instead of playing second. So Shin Min Jae is playing second instead of DHing. And that's ball two. All right, here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's way up and in. You said he was three number guy, but he's wearing number 16. You can't, Javi. Unfortunately, you cannot, as that is ball four. And just like yesterday's game, Hong Chang-gi walks in his first at bat. Javi, I have no idea. I live in Korea. So I'm watching on it's a Korean only streaming service. So even if you live in Japan or anywhere else, you can't even use this service. It is only for Korean residents. So I have no idea, honestly. So I'm sure there's some sites somewhere that will let you watch. But I have no idea. And that's going to be a wild pitch, and ball five will be a pass or a wild pitch, and Hong Chang-gi will head on over to second base. So just like that, five pitches, five. Oh, not a good start for for Cuba here. Son Sung Moon, the captain of Team Korea, the plays his regular games here. Welcome, welcome. As do I got bad mic? I did research this today. I will tell you, if you are wanting, is that's going to be a ground ball. Shortstop is able to go back and get it, and Hong Chang-gi shows why Korea is so fundamentally broken. As he goes on a ball in front of him, the shortstop makes the diving play, throws back to second. He gets himself in a little bit of a pickle, and there's one away. Son Sung-moon. Yeah, but Korea really struggle. A lot of these Korean players really struggle against left-handed hitters, so that's not a bad thing. And again, without having to be with these two teams, they're gonna play against each other in a couple weeks anyway. So you don't want to, show everything you've got. So, but Kim Do-young steps in. He had the game-winning almost hits. All right. Welcome to your very first ever stream, sir. Or ma'am, I'm not sure. Whichever one you prefer. As Kim Do-young pops that one up. Center fielder is under it. Coming forward. Not going to go. And that will be 2 away. Welcome, boy. So, yeah. All right, Moon Bo-kyung will step in and the first baseman today. So leadoff walk, a wild pitch, and that is inside ball 1. So Javi, if you are still here in the stream, I went and kind of searched about where you can watch the Premier 12. There is in the U.S. As that's misses outside 2-0. In the U.S., if you're gonna want to watch the Premier 12, it's on a company called DAZN. Yeah, DAZN has the rights to the Premier 12. It's a streaming platform, I guess, as that's inside ball 3. And once again, he seems to be really struggling with command. Perez trying to pump him up, pounding his hand into his fist, or his hand into his fist into his mitt. And that's right down the middle, strike 1. Very strange watching this game is there's no frame, there's no box, and it feels very like it. You have the score bug up in the top, and then down here on the bottom, normally you would have your your K zone or whatever, and it's not there, and it feels like you're missing something on the broadcast. Is that catches the outside corner, and that will run the count full. ABS. ABS, but there's nothing on the actual screen. Even with the ABS system, there's always it's always on there. All right, here comes the 3-2 pitch. That catches the top of the zone, and that will ring him up looking. We'll go to the bottom of the first. It's 0-0 leadoff walk. Oh, a leadoff walk goes over to first on the wild pitch, and then that's it. As he gets out of it with a strikeout looking. So Cuba, same exact lineup as yesterday. Gilbert leading off, Moncada, Arabuena playing shorts, and then Despagne is DHing. I'm gonna butcher these names. Banales is playing right, hitting in the fifth spot. Armenteros is hitting sixth, and where is he playing? I don't know where he's playing. Seventh is Baldonquin. Perez behind the plates playing or batting eighth, and then Mujica playing second again and batting in the nine spot. So the exact same lineup as yesterday for Cuba. For Korea, a few changes. Not many. Shinmin Jae came in and played first. He's just going to play second today. Chae Sung Young out on the mound, 12 games, 27 innings, 2 wins, 1 hold, 6 ERA, strikes out 7 per 9, and walks 2.3. Has given up 6 home runs. The ball in the KBO is very lively, so we'll put that there for. And again, I don't know what baseball they are using. So, but while this is popped up and we're kind of waiting, the ABS system, for those of you guys that are not familiar with it or not familiar with the KBO, it's a percentage based on their height. Let me find my exact numbers. I believe it's 57.2% of their height. There we go. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, so 56.35% of their height is the top of the zone. 27.64% is the bottom of the zone. It also goes 2 extra centimeters on the outside of the plate, so it's the black plus. As the first pitch is in there, low, ball one. The umpire wears an earpiece, and then there's another umpire, usually the crew chief, who also has an earpiece. Both teams also have an earpiece. I don't know if they're doing that in this one, since it's just kind of a friendly game, as that one's in there for a strike. But so basically, if it's a strike, it's a female voice. As just a sec, the 1-1, that's going to be a ground ball past the second baseman, and a leadoff single from Gilbert will give Cuba their very first base runner today. So in the left, again, they're wearing a little earpiece. It's all done, calculations, cameras, all of that. And there'll be a voice that comes on. It's a female voice, I believe, that says strike in English, strike in English. And then there's a male voice that says bol, which is Korean. In Korean, it's the same thing, but it is definitely a Korean pronunciation of the word. So very, very difficult to get confused at what it is. But so that's how the ABS system works, at least here in Korea. I'm not 100% sure if they're using it. I assume they are. But Moncada steps in, or Moncada looks at strike one. So Moncada obviously with the White Sox now hanging out and with Team Cuba playing second base, as that's in there for a strike. 0-2. I mean, Korea is a better ranked team. Korea is 4th in the world. Cuba's 6th in the world. So I mean, you have to think Cuba or Korea. That is going to be ripped foul. Stays 0-2. The thing with Korea is Korea has their full team. They do have guys that got injured late or whatever who aren't playing, like Chae Won-tae, Im Jong-chan. Or maybe Im Jong-chan replaced Chae Won-tae, but there are some guys that aren't playing. They got injured late, but Cuba also doesn't have some of their Japanese guys. That is in the dirt. 1-2 now. All right, the 1-2 pitch to Mr. Moncada. And a big giant hook, but ooh, just missed. I was ready to hit the strikeouts button, but apparently she was not a strike. I was ready. I had my finger on the button. I almost pushed it, but alas. All right, the 2-2 pitch checks over on Gilbert at first. Koreans do not have very good pickoff moves. On top of that, most Korean Koreans have this very strange phenomenon where they all throw right, but they all bat left. As that's or misses inside, and that's going to run the count full. Goes from an 0-2 to a 3-2. As Mankata is working this pitch count. So a lot of Koreans throw right-handed, but they bat left-handed because as they were coming up, they're like, "Oh, bat left-handed, you're closer to first base." So even the big guys bat left-handed, but are right-handed throwing. Moon Bo-kyung playing first right now. He is a right-handed throwing, left-handed hitting. Son Sung-min, Hong Chang-gi. Let's see. Yoon Dong-hee, I believe, is right, as that is crushed. That's way up in the air. I wonder if they're using the mic off the home plate umpire's camera because that sounded crushed, but it was just a lazy pop fly to left field, and that's one away. I love watching this because all the Cuban athletes, they all have like full beards and goatees, and the Korean athletes have never bought a razor. And there we go. His first pitch is in there for a strike on the outside. Arue Buena. 348 in the Cuban League on the season, 3 home runs. I don't know where they get these stats. Is that's going to be ripped into left field, and that will move the runners up as they've got 2 hits now in this first inning. They had 3 hits all day yesterday, and they have quickly gotten 67% of yesterday's hits in the first inning. Alrighty, that's going to bring up the old man, Despaine. And that is low, ball 1. 141 on the gun. 351 in the Cuban League. Again, I don't know where he gets these numbers. Like I have no idea where he gets these numbers. Because they are not on Baseball Reference anyways. That's going to be a 5-4 putouts as not able to get the double play. But they'll take the 5-4 putout to make it 2 outs as the chopper way in on the grass. Kim Do-young makes the break, quick break, throws to second, but they didn't bother even to try to throw to first. He didn't even look. If he would have looked, he would have realized that he had a chance to throw him out at first. But he was more worried about the runner at third, rounding and coming home. Definitely had plenty of time to get Despaine at first. He's not known for his speed. All right, big swing and a miss there is strike 1 to Benales. Again, 327. Did they just make up these numbers? Like, where do they get these numbers? Is this like in his career? Like his best season? Where did these numbers come from? As that's up and in, 1-1. 143 on the gun. I have no idea where the heck these numbers are coming from because they do not exist online. Like, I checked. Like, I looked at everything. Baseball Reference, as that is lifted center fielder over under it, and that will be out number 3. We'll go to the second. It's 0-0. Yeah, like I looked everywhere for these numbers. I have no. Yeah, so because I don't have anything for Vinales because he was a replacement player, but So like I'm looking up baseball reference. They just said he is hitting 346. So 7 games, he's hitting 154. Like I don't know where they're getting these numbers. He's hit 312 in his career in the Cuban League. Uh 2022 to 2023, he hit 378. But I have no idea where they're pulling these magic numbers from. It's like, yeah, like, yeah, but that's he's hitting 154, not 354. He's he's 4 for 26. Like that's what it says. These numbers that are popping up the screen, it's like they just made them up. They're like, oh, that sounds good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, like I have no idea. No year in his entire career has he hit 354. Yeah, like I'm really confused at where these magic numbers are coming from. But anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter. Ah, but it says no because it says Cuba League. Maybe that's what it is. Because I'm looking at Vanales and he didn't even hit and he has no offensive numbers except for 2022 to 23. Yeah, maybe it was. Yeah, I have no idea. But anyway, Yoon Dong Hee will step in. Looks at ball one way outside. We've got a new pitcher out on the mound, number 48. I don't know who it is. It has not popped up because they're much rather interview a bunch of people. As no name up there. Uh, it is not. It's definitely not. Is it Sardaway? No, it's Sardaway is number 16. They still have his number up there, but it's definitely not him pitching. As Yoon Dong Hee says goodbye. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will put Korea on the board. The lovely, lovely Sadue is not pitching, by the way. Uh, Number 48, whoever that is pitching, not Sardaway. They have not changed it. As Pak Dong Won is steps in. That is going to be lifted, going off the bottom of the wall. Pak Dong Won is going to cruise into second base. And whoever is pitching is getting rocked. Juan, you don't happen to know who number 48 for Cuba is, do you? Big beard, right-hander. All right. Well, held hitless in the first inning. They said no more, no more. Figueroa, as that is lifted, going left fielder under it, and one away. we got? Figurado. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Thank goodness I didn't. Figueredo? All right. Park Sung Han steps in now and looks at strike one at the bottom of the zone. Runner on second is Pak Dong Won. He is not fast. He is the catcher. Figueredo. I love the Korean pronunciations of the Spanish names. All right, here comes the 0-1 pitch. Sets up on the outside, moves inside, and a swing and a miss at a pitch that breaks down off the zone. 127. Look like a change up there. TVN is it's not even TV. TVing is like Netflix. It is a paid streaming service. But in Korea, a lot of the paid streaming services, they buy the rights to sports broadcasting. As that is in the dirt. You're talking about. Yeah, I assume you're talking about like what I'm watching to. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same company as the 1-2 runs up and in 2-2. So there's TVing and TVing sports, and they're both a. So there's TVing that has like national broadcasters, and then there's TVing sports that use the TVing company broadcasters, and they're really, really, really bad. I believe that's how it is, but yeah, the whole thing is paid only. Is that's going to be a liner to the left and 2 away. Yeah, there is no. It's not broadcast on regular TV, not on cable TV, nothing. You have to have a TV membership or like a another thing. And there's other like if you the earlier in the season for the MLB, they opened the season here in Korea, Dodgers versus Padres. In order to watch that, you also had to be right, yeah. All right, the 1-0, or sorry, the first pitch, Shin Min Jae fakes the bunt, and it's inside, ball 1-0. Right, yeah. So TVing, uh, TVing is an app or a OTT, like over the air broadcasting company, like Netflix. TVN is TVing's company, is their channel. It's yeah, it's their. It basically means like TV network, TV network sports. They were on. There was 2 streams yesterday. There were two. There were 2 broadcasts yesterday. There was a TVN and a TVN Sports, and it's the same way today. There's 2 of them on the platform, on the TVing platform, or like the Netflix platform. I'm watching one of them because it's like 5 seconds faster than the other one. But the 1-1 pitch to Shin-Min Jae catches the outside, and it's 1-2. Yeah, it's whichever one they're streaming. See if I can show. As that's in the dirt, 2-2. So I'll show you, Juan. I'll show you in the break. Yeah, no. I'll show you in the break. I have it up on my phone. And I'll kind of show you what I mean, because it's very confusing even for me, and I obviously am gonna be able to read anything in Korean here. But the 2-2 pitch, 2 outs, top of the second, runner on second, second baseman up, and that's gonna be ball 4. Runs the counts full. So yeah, I have it up on my phone. I'll show you. I can actually show you what I mean by them being different channels on. It's like basically they're different channels on Netflix, but they do live TV. As the 3-2 pitch, and that's going to be just ripped foul, and he will have to get himself a new piece of lumber. So as they're getting new lumber, I'll show you here. So if I'm looking here live, here is the game I'm watching. But if you look over, there's another stream here, TVN. So there's 2 different streams of the same game. One of them is TVN's channel, the other is TVN Sports, and then there's TVN. Correct. Yes, correct. You would have to, it's only available over the air internet. As the 3-2 pitch coming in, maybe eventually. All right, here we go. 3-2 pitch sets up on the outside. And that's going to be another foul, as a nice play there by the backup catcher. Yeah. Yeah, for us, for the Premier 12, SPO TV, which is a regular broadcasting cable company, owns the rights, but there's a chance that it may be bought by TVing, like this company right here. So it depends on who ends up getting the overall rights, as I was struggling to find it today. As the 3-2 pitch coming into Shin-Min Jae, and he pops that foul once again. Lots of bat control from Shin-Min Jae, normally the number 2 spots. What's up, Pablo? Yeah, and that's why it's impossible for people to watch the game that I'm watching and streaming, because not only is it only a streaming service, it's only available in Korea. You have to have a Korean phone number, you have to have a Korean ID, you have to have a Korean bank account in order just to be able to sign up for the service. And the 3-2 pitch way upstairs, and that's going to be ball 4 as he walks his first, and it'll be runners on first and second with nobody out. Yes. Yes. So KBS, MBC, and SBS. Oh, it is on regular TV? It's on regular TV, Nick? All right, here comes the pitch to Hong Chang-gi leading off. He walked, and his first at-bats was thrown out. Ooh, Good, because I hate using TVing's program. They're so slow. Maybe I'll check that on the break and see if I can. Because right now I have my normal TV stream to TVing, as that's a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Ah, that's what I want to hear. So on the break, I will make the switch. Yeah, the TVing broadcast is so slow. Now you're just screwing with me. Yeah, they are, Pablo. This is, I mean, this is their normal regular KBO guys too. As that gets away, I think it hit him. Yeah, it hit him. And he will be on base for the second time, and the second time in this inning, or a second time in 2 innings, as it's hits off the calf. You gotta love the umpire cam, man. That's awesome. The color grading is absolute dog crap. It's like they got their helmet cams from Timu, because the color grading is awful. As I think we might get a pitching change here. The pitching coach is headed out to the mound. We'll see his slow walk. I love that the pitching coach comes out with a pin. He like walks out with his pin. He's like the slow methodical walk. He's like, "What are you doing, man? Throw it in the zone. Throw it in the strike zone. I don't even know what you're doing. Like, I don't know where you're throwing the ball, because you just hit that guy, man." That's my lip reading of Spanish that I don't speak. All right, we've got bases loaded here for Song Sung Moon, who grounded into a 6-4 something 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 putouts. Like a 6. Yeah. I do like the little stats up at the bottom for the TVing broadcast, is that's way outside 1-0. Song Sung Moons? I don't know if I have his or not. I bet I do. All right, the 1-0, and this is upstairs too. It's 2-0. Apparently they didn't. There was a loss in translation between the Spanish and the Spanish, and didn't get the memo that he's supposed to be throwing strikes. Cuba's like, "Hey, we're in Korea. Let's do like the Korean pitchers do. Let's walk in a run with the bases loaded." As that is crushed. Foul. Off the cross member, just in foul territory. That would have been a home run in every single stadium in professional baseball. That was crushed. Just foul, but about, I don't know, 50 feet over the fence. All right, here we go now. The 2-1 pitch way out in front of that one. We'll see what he does here. And that's is a little straighter, but not nearly as far as the center fielder goes back. That will end the top of the second. I'm going to try to change my stream feed. Not for you guys. You don't need to worry about anything. You guys just sit there and look pretty. I'll be right back. Alright, so we should be back. And one, I stand corrected. It is on regular cable TV. Apparently there is a TVN live channel. So I stand corrected. Thank you, Nick, for helping that. And we've got a strike. You guys don't need to hear my music anymore. All right. Armenteros steps in and looks at ball one there, 1-1 now. As the 1-1. I never knew that TVN had an actual channel. Because I have a TV membership just for baseball. Because the 2-1 swing and a miss there, 2-2. Maybe that's why there's two streams, and then there's the internet, the app stream, and the app stream is really slow. And the 2-2 fouled straight back. I wonder what the difference in the speed of the broadcast is. You can't share the link. You can type it out, but don't add the .com stuff. Just type out what they need to do. Pablo, I'm not entirely sure if there is or not. As that is in there for a strike, his first strikeout of the day, and it is watching it. And that's in there for a strike. 132. As that's in the dirt. 1-1. So in Korea, though, so at least for the KBO has different rights. As just a second, the 1-1 pitch. Oh man, this broadcast is awful to listen to, though. These guys are so bad, and it's what's even worse is I can hear the clicking of cameras on every pitch, as that is way up and in. It's like they're in the middle of the crowd streaming. It's so bad. All right, the 2-2 pitch. And that's lifted. Trouble as Shinmin J isn't able to catch it, and the right fielder will grab it, and another hit for Cuba. Just type in the address space dot space, or type out dot space, because if you type in a link, it won't come up. All right, one out, runner on first now. That's going to bring up Perez, the catcher. Chae Sung-young, 29 pitches so far as he's out here for his second, as that is going to be ripped. A diving stop by Pak Sung-han. As that will be 2 outs, and that would have put runners on first and second as the ripped but jumping, diving back towards the outfield grass, and he is able to make the play again. He is one of the best defensive players of the defensive shortstops in the league by far. And that'll leave it with 2 outs, and the number 9 hitter, Mr. Mujica. And that's just misses. Is it here? It says Cuba League. He's hitting 331. Is what the sheet on the thing on the sheet says, and he's hitting 307 in the Cuba League last year. 20 games, 19 for 62 with 307. Oh man, this is all right. The 1-0, and that is in there. Yeah. So in Korea, the KBO sells their rights individually. They have international rights, which is owned by a company called SPO TV. You can watch Korean baseball for free on their app, but you cannot watch it in Korea. And then you have the international, as the 1-1 is going to be chopped to the first baseman who grabs it, and little tag, and that will end the threats. Cuba gets another hit, and not able to do anything with it, as we will go to the third inning. It's tied up it's 1-0. Not tied up. Yeah, so but I don't understand where the numbers are coming from. Like, again, I have every single player's most recent season according to Baseball Reference, and that includes the Cuban leagues. So I really just don't know where these numbers that they have are coming from. I'm really confused with it. Yeah. It's like bench warmers when he slides them a 20 and says, I'm 12. He's like, these are our numbers. I thought I had audio. No? Do I have audio? Okay. No. Maybe one. Maybe that again. Yeah, I just obviously I just went off of Baseball Reference to get everything that I have. No problem, man. My my audio goes out. You guys heard it yesterday. My audio goes out, and we'll start getting really sketchy. Just after for streaming for so entirely long. All right. Waving the Cuban flag in the stands. And look like a Korean man with a Cuba shirt on. And Kim Do-young will step in and looks at ball one. So Figueredo is still out there. 27 pitches in that inning, and did have one strikeout, right? No, he did not. And there we go. The 2-0 pitch to Kim Do-young coming up is I've got some Kim Do-young music for all of you to enjoy. And that's going to be ball three. Really struggling with command is this Cuban pitching staff. And pops that one foul down the right field side, way out of play. All right, the 3-1 pitch. Ooh, Kim Do-young, 38 home runs on the season, second in the league. Missed the 40-40 season by 2 home runs as he had 38 home runs, 40 stolen bases. All right, we've got another full count here. This is the third full count that Korea has had, and that is going to be ball 4 and another leadoff base runner. Walk in the first inning, a homer, and then a double in the second inning, and then a walk here in the third. And Korea is feeling right at home with all of the base runners free of hits. All right, Moonbo Kyung steps in now. And first pitch pops it up. The left fielder coming in under it and 1 away. I think it's pretty close. I was looking at going to the game, and I looked today, and there were still maybe 100 or 200 tickets for sale. Uh, the stadium does not hold that many. It only holds, I believe, 17,000. Yeah. So no. Just a sec. I'll address this question real quick. So the 0-0, and that's going to get away. Kim Do-young does not go. And 1-0 now. It is Korea's Premier 12 team. A couple years ago, Korea did really poorly in the Asian games. They won the Asian games, but they lost a game in the round robin to Japan and had to come back to win the series. And then they also played very poorly in the Olympics in the Tokyo Olympics. And there was also some issues with players going out and drinking during the Olympics, either as that misses outside a 2-0. Either before the next game, when they had a game the next day, but they were like starting pitchers that didn't play, or they would go out after a game and the netizens got complained and said everything. So then they just like nope, okay, we're only going to do 24 and under players. So this is the Korean Premier 12 team, but it is not the 12. It is not the best players in the league, if that makes any sense. As that runs in 3-0 now. No, the host for the Premier 12 is Taipei, Tokyo, or Japan, and then the U.S. won it, but they're being played in Mexico. I believe Guadalajara, Mexico, is where they're going to be played for the Americas, as that is another ball 4, and Yoon Dong-hee is now on base for the second time. The first time, he just touched him and didn't stop. As we've got runners on first and second now for Pak Dong-won, the big tuna, Mr. Full Swing himself. Okay, yeah. I know there's 2 cities also uh, in Taipei. Yeah, it is. This is the team that is going to be in the Premier 12, as that is in there for a strike. 0-1. There were a couple guys that got injured. Son Jun Young a left-handed starter for LG who would have been playing, and also Won Tae-in, who is a right-hander, one of the best Korean pitchers in the league, would be on this team, but both of them got injured in the playoffs, so neither one of them are going to play. But yeah, pretty much this is what it is. As that misses outside, making it 1-1. I am a little confused about Pak Dong Won though. I definitely do not believe he is under. Don't think he is 21 and under or 24 and under. Again, they are allowed to have a couple guys. Is Pak Dong Won? Oh, I guess he is 24. Holy crap! I had no idea. As that is a stolen base running over to third. As Kim Do Young shows off thy wheels. They do need Mr. Clutch. Yeah, and Juan was saying that, and another guy yesterday they were both saying that some guys are still playing in Japan, so they're not available. Yeah, Korean. So Pak Dong Won, who is hitting right now, is a very, very bad, very, very bad defensive catcher. As the 1-2 pitch, that's going to be a ground ball. 6-4-3 inning ending double play. And doesn't matter how many bases you steal if you can't hit behind them. And we'll go to the bottom of the third. It's 1-0 Korea. 2 walks, a stolen base, and a 6-4-3 double play. 유성이 같이 노래해요. 대한민국. Yeah, as far as Korean team, I mean, this is yesterday was their best pitcher. It's one of their best pitchers in the league. I believe he 15 wins on the season. So, I mean, he would start. 네, 박동원 항상 이닝 끝내기 영살. All right, who do we got coming up? We'll see if I believe we'll have the first pitching change for Korea. I can't imagine that Choi Sung-young is going to be pitching a third inning. I know yesterday they went Cuba 아직 타점 없어요. 득점 없어요. All right, bottom of the third. Yep, we've got a new pitcher. We'll get that as soon as they tell me who it is. Right-hander now out on the mound. Who does Cuba open with? All right, Go Young Pyo out on the mound. He is a side armor submariner style. Definitely a different look. As that runs inside. 2-0. Not a guy that walks a lot of guys. Does give up a lot of home runs. So Gilbert singled in his first at bats, but was left on base, and that's going to be lifted. Center fielder going back, and goodbye. Tie game. Gilbert with the solo shot to lead off the bottom of the third, and the first run for Cuba. That was dead center. Just as I said. All right. Go Young Pyo, like I said, gives up a lot of home runs. There was one of them. All right, that's in there for sure. As Juan Moncada goes down a swinging. Not probably not used to seeing that type of a pitch, honestly. 제 생각은 신민재 아마 2번 타자나 9번 타자예요. 네. And Kim Do-young bobbles it, recovers in time, and 2 away. Kim Do-young, just for those of you that are unaware, Kim Do-young is the worst fielder in the KBO. Led the league in errors with 30 errors at third base, but able to recover there. So Shin-min-jae, 2번 타자, 2번 타자, 나 9번 타자. 9번 타자 되면 like 1번 타자 1번 타자 처음이에요. Well, as Despaine tries to check a swing, but is not able to, and it's 0-2 now. All right, here goes the 0-2 pitch, and that is going to be a check swing. He did not go around. Can we get a replay there? Ew. Did not go around. I know, it's so ridiculous to say that the worst fielder in the league is the MVP of the league. As that is going to be a swing and a miss. 2 strikeouts, but he gives up the solo shot to Gilbert, who ties the game with Cuba's very first run of this 2-game series. And we'll go to the top of the 5th. It is, it's all. Wow. 4 hits. Cuba already more hits than they had yesterday. 3 hits all day yesterday. They've got 4 today. They just needed their 4th one yesterday to score a run. That's what it takes. Every 4 hits, Cuba scores a run, ladies and gentlemen. I have done the math. My math be a mathin'. Hanwha. Korea on the day, though, they only have 2 hits, and those were both in the 2nd inning. Lots of walks, though. 1, 2, 3, 4 walks and a hit by pitch. 5 free base runners for Korea so far. Korea having the same problems they had yesterday, and that is hitting with runners on base. Apparently, I guess Samsung's management squad is giving Team Korea some advice on what to do when you get runners on base, as it's continued. right, we should be coming back. Coming back. So leading off for Korea should be Lee Ju-hyung. 0 for 1. Probably going to get a different pitcher, I imagine. Are they good or bad? All right, big boy out on the mound now. Who is out on the mound? Padron. Yusner Padron. He a big boy. He is a big boy. Yeah, Kira, the Korean commercials are always the same ones. There's like 6 to 8 of them. Are you Kira? Are you in the U.S.? All right, Padron out on the mound. Lee Ju-hyung 0 for 1 did on the day. Flew out to the left field in his first at bats, and looks it's ball one, low 1-0. Oh God, I'm sorry. As that is ripped foul as right up into the corner. 0-2. Oh, why does it say? Apparently, it's 1-1. That's not right. I guess so. 1-1 is that's misses upstairs. 2-1. 113 on the gun. Padron is a big boy. All right, the 2-1 that misses outside again. Cuba really struggling with command as they are just everywhere. And that will be another leadoff walk, the third leadoff walk for Korea. The other inning that they had a leadoff batter, he touched all of the bases and just kind of jogged around them as he hit a ball that still hasn't landed yet. 6 walks so far for Korea on the day. I wonder if they could. What is the odds? What would be the odds of all the time you see everybody in the starting lineup got a hit? What would be the odds of everybody in the starting lineup getting a walk? That would be amazing. All right, Pak Sung Han. He has not walked today, and looks at strike one. He is going to try his best to get himself an old walkie walk. And that's misses outside. 1-1. Kira, do you watch any KBO during the regular season? As that's going to be a check over and easily back. All right, the 1-1 pitch. We get to look at it as it coming in way up high. I wouldn't have swung at that. All right, the 2-1 pitch. Padron, 8 pitches so far, walked 1. Pak Sung Han 0 for 1 on the day. And fouls that one out of play once again, and it's 2-2. Yeah, understood. All right, so once again, a 2-2 pitch. And inside again, another full count. 3-2, the fourth full count of the day for the Korean squad. Yeah, the 2 p.m. games that I stream are much better. I think it's usually about 12 o'clock or so. It's the same time that this game is. All right, the 3-2 pitch. And that's going to be a single. That's going to get into the gap. Center fielder over to cut it off. They're going to send him home, and he is going to cruise into seconds with an RBI double. And Korea takes the lead back. On Lee Ju-hyung, no, Park Sung-han's RBI double, going from first and easily scoring with a head first slide. He was off on the pitch, which put him in plenty of speed and position to come around, and the throw in was a rainbow from the center fielder. An absolute rainbow from the center fielder. Oh, first two runners reached in the second inning. They scored a run. First two runners reach in the fourth inning, and that's another run as Shin Min Jae will try to keep it going. The number 9 hitter, as he does the Korean thing for everybody to see and bunts it so foul that it goes up into the netting behind home plate. Perez, the catcher, is laughing. He's like, maybe he's not laughing at this, but I like to imagine that he's laughing at, oh my God, did you see that bunt? Did you see how bad that bunt was? All right. The 0-1 pitch to Shin Min Jae. We'll see if he tries to bunt again. And he does not, and that's in there for a strike at the top of the zone. I do like these Cuban uniforms a little bit better. The red going down into the blue. Kind of the gradients. And slapped foul. Stays 0-2. Are they? Cuba is one country I do not have any connections in. I have friends in pretty much just about every other country in the world, except for Cuba and North Korea. Obviously, that's going to be a 6-3 groundouts heads up base run in there from Park Sung Han as he saw that the ball was going to short and turned around to not get thrown out like Hong Chang-gi earlier. In LG, the worst base running team in the league by far. I was trying to read it. It said there was like an Italian company that makes them, or maybe that was a different sport or something. Maybe that was a different sport. Is it a Cuban company that makes them? Somebody asked yesterday. That's in there for a strike. Hong Chang-gi steps in now. He's 0 for 0 on the day. He's been on base both times with a walk and a hit by pitch. And the 0-1 pitch. That's what I thought. I read that it was an Italian company that made the uniforms for Cuba, and I thought that was just kind of strange. All right, the 0-2 pitch to Hong Chang-gi sets up way up at the letters and misses badly, and Hong Chang-gi is going to make him pay as the left fielder misses the ball, and it's going to roll all the way to the wall, and Hong Chang-gi is going to cruise into third base, and that's going to go down as a single, an error, and a run as, oops, wrong button. The runner will head to third. Missed his spot badly as the left fielder, Armenteros, hopped and it went under his glove. A very, very poorly played ball. Turns around and has to go back, pick it up as it's sitting on the warning track. All right. That's going to bring up Son Sung Moon as Korea has taken the lead back. Again, will go down as a single and an error. Song Sung Moon 0 for 2 on the day. Grounded into a 6-4 something pickle outs in his first at bats, and then a fly out to center in his second. Did not go around, and it's 1-0. I'm telling you, KBO fielding is not a pretty thing either. As that is, if they had Korean uniforms on, I would not have been surprised by that fielding, as that is in there for a strike. Never surprised at the lack of quality fielding in the KBO. I still have never seen. Oh, that is crushed. Going. Right fielder. It drops over his head, bounces off the wall, and Son Sung Moon will cruise into second. Hong Chang-gi will come on home, and it'll be 4-1 Korea on the RBI double from the team Capitan. Good morning, Kevin. Just in time to see Korea open the floodgates of scoring as they finally decided to hit with a runner on base today. 3 hits already in this inning, and a walk has made it 4-1 Korea. And that pitch is a ball? Strike? I don't know. Didn't see. They were showing this guy running on seconds. Maybe. Nope, not going to show it on the scoreboard, the scorebug either. All right, so Kim Do-young, he's 0 for 1 on the day. And that's in there for a strike. I don't know if that the first pitch, I thought it was a ball. So I put it down as ball. We'll find out in a few seconds, I guess. And that is definitely a ball. 2-1. Yeah, I was right. It's 2-1. All right, the 2-1 pitch to Kim Do-young. just misses outside. 120 on that slow breaker. Kim Do-young. All right, the 3-1 pitch to Kim Do-young. 0 for 1 on the day. Does have a walk, and that's a big swing and a miss. 3-2 now. Second full count of the day for Kim Do-young. The fifth full count of the day for Korea. They've got 2 walks and a double on full counts. Also struck out looking to end the first inning. Kim Do-young walked in his other 3-2 counts, which was last inning to lead off the inning. And swing and a miss, as he is very well known to do. That will put 2 outs now, as Kim Do-young has really not done much in pressure situations, and I would say this is less of a pressure situation than he was last week. He did not hit well in the Korean series, and did not hit yesterday, and did not hit today either. So Moon Bo-kyung will step in. Moon Bo-kyung 0 for 2 on the day, struck out looking in his first at bats back in the first, and then flew out to left field last inning for the second out, or the first out, sorry, as that is ball 1. Song Sung Moon hanging out on second base. 28 pitches now in this inning for Padron, as Korea has hit the ball hard, and that misses low. 2-0. Kevin or Kira or Juan, maybe you guys can answer this. At what point in an inning do Cuban pitchers start to really struggle? Like anything over 18 to 20 for Korean pitchers is just all downhill. So Padron now has thrown pitch number 30 right there, and that's 3-0, as he has not been near the strike zone yet in this at bat. Well, that actually tracks. Their warm-up pitches. All right, to the 3-0, and that's going to be lifted. Center fielder over, under it, and that will be 3 away. That'll end Korea's top half of the fourth, but they get 3 runs on a walk, 2 doubles, and a single, and have reclaimed the lead. They strand another one, as they have been doing a plenty. Yeah, he's a big boy. He looks like a Korean reliever. Yeah, Kira, I will say, and again, I'm not Korean, I'm American. But Korean is the same way. Korean, they try to get guys that throw really hard, but they forget about the fact that they have to still throw strikes. It's a very offensive-minded league, but they still, and the most annoying thing in the world. So if you want to play old small ball, you have to have a bunch of guys that hit 300. But in Korea, they still want to play small ball, but the younger guys all strike out 35% of the time. So they haven't figured out that you can't play small ball with 2020 strategies of home runs. They don't match. They don't match at all. And so you get a lot of, every game you'll have a runner on first with a bunt, moves him over, and then the guy gets stranded over at third because there's nobody else getting hits. Yeah, like you if you have small ball, great, but you need 7 300 hitters, not two 300 hitters. So Om Baek is out on the mound. 29 games, 156.2 innings, 13 wins, 10 losses, 488 ERA, 9.1. He is one of the top free agents, and he is a he was a not, I don't want to say member, but his teammates was the pitcher he is relieving, as that's in there for a ball, first pitch. So Benales is steps in. He flew out to center field to end the first inning with runners on the corners for Cuba. And that's in there for a strike, 1-1 now. Om Baek is another guy that's as side armor. More of a side armor than Go Young Pyo. Go Young Pyo might be considered a submariner. But Om Baek gives up a lot of hits and homers, and right on cue, there's another hit and a leadoff single for Vanales. Yeah, I did play baseball. I will say I was very good. But I could not hit. So I'm very fundamentally sound, though, as in defensively fundamentally sound. It's very, very important. And Korea is the same way. They don't field well. They get way over themselves. They try to make plays that they can't make because they saw some highlight video and they're trying to make the play instead of staying within themselves. So they try to play. They try to play like they've seen on TV and not like they're capable of. Not a lot of okay, in this situation, where should I go? Who's up to bat? How much speed does this guy have? Who's on first? How much speed does this guy have? Is this a guy that we're gonna throw on the outside? So is it more likely gonna be a pitch that's gonna go more to gonna angle a certain way or things like that? There is none of that in the KBO. Is the check swing, but I believe it was a strike anyway, and that will be the first strikeout for Om Baek. Yeah, very, very fundamentally poor is the Korean team, which is crazy because they talk about Korean being very disciplined, but they're not. They again earlier in this game, Hong Chang-gi, there's a ground ball in front of him to the shortstop, and he went and then got thrown out on the base pass. As that's going to be a 6-4 or 5-4-3 inning double play, leadoff single, but it means nothing with the inning double play. And we'll go to the 5th inning. It's 4-1 Korea. Big double play there. There has been, I wouldn't say awful defense, but they are turning some double plays. Oh my. So, Kira, is it a lack of resources that leads to the lack of use of analytics? Because that would be different than in Korea's situation, where Korea has the resources. They have the ability to do all of this. They just don't follow analytics at all. They really do not follow analytics. And if you get a manager in the KBO that follows analytics and is willing to branch away from the traditional style of managing, they absolutely dominate the league. And it's been shown in the past. What happens, and but they are so tradition based. But again, they follow traditions that don't match. So yeah, Korea has the resources, they just don't use them. You know, the managers are all 55, 65 years old, and the good old boys of the league. You know, oh, well, this guy played in this league and he was this good at this age and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, that's great. But doesn't mean he can manage. Yeah. Yep. Exactly what it is. So, ooh, big number on the mound, number 79. Andy Vargas, as they love him to say. Oh, Vargas on the mound. Big old number. He looks young. He looks real young. All right, so Yoon Dong-hee will lead off. And another ball. All right, the 1-0 pitch to Yoon Dong-hee in there for strike, bottom of the zone, 1 and 1. You can go. And swing and a miss. Over Kim Ji-chan? Over Austin Dean? Lotte, Jun Junu is very good. Yang Yi-ji is very good. And a big swing and a miss there. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we have to now congratulate Cuba for getting the leadoff batter out for the first time today. All right, Pak Dong-hwan, a big swing and a miss there. This is the turning point for Cuba. They got the leadoff batter out. It is all over for Korea. Just pack it up and go home. Beat the rush, as that's going to be a 5-3 ground out. That was the slowest developing infield out. It was just like third baseman leisurely strolled over. Moncada reaches his glove down. It's like watching it in slow motion. All right, Lee Ju-hyung 0 for 1 on the day. Flew out to left, but scored the go-ahead run in the last inning on a walk, and then scored from first on a RBI double by Park Sung-han. 1-0. As that is fouled away, 1-1. Do you think his sense of urgency went away once he got his big contract? His drive, his passion for the game? As the 1-1, and that's a swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirt. 1-2. Nowhere near the strike zone. All right, Lee Ju-hyung, the 1-2 pitch, way outside at 2-2. Andy Vargas. And that's a swing and a miss as the ball goes out of the zone. And 1, 2, 3, go. The Korean national team is the first time they retire the first batter, and that's equals 1, 2, 3 in the fifth. We'll go to the bottom of the fifth. It's 4-1 Korea. I'm not saying I'm not saying passion for his country. I'm saying, do you think he lost his passion for the game once it became very business oriented? Yeah, yeah. I could not imagine playing for the White Sox. Yeah, he's still young. I still think of him. I still like. I didn't realize he's not even 30 yet. But yeah, I have to imagine that playing for Chicago this year had to be rough. Yeah, I just remember when like he was signed by the Red Sox, and that was like the big thing. Whenever he was signed by the Red Sox, they're like, "Oh, this is the future. He's gonna just destroy the league," and then it just nah. No, I probably saw it, but I didn't realize. I don't know who it was. I've seen some pictures of whoever whoever plays for the White Sox. Maybe it was their closer or something. But I think it was a reliever that's just would have the lead, and then the team would just blow up and just be awful. All right, who do we got next? We've got Perez will lead off things for Cuba. Nah, nah. Giognayo, as that is outside 1-0. Omsong Beck still out there through 7 pitches in that inning as he got the single strikeout in the double play. Perez 0 for 1 on the day as he swings at that one on the outside, 1-1. Perez lined out to the shortstop. We have a new catcher back behind the mound or back behind the plates for Korea. Yeah, it was it is something that's uh yeah it's something that's and that I definitely see. I again as that's misses outside at 2-2. Again, there was when Puig was here, because Puig played here in Korea a couple years ago. Is that is going to be foul? Perez has hit the ball hard in both of his at bats. But yeah, when Puig was here, there was lots of talk about that. Uh, but it's not. I would say it's not just Cuban players. A lot of Venezuelan players also get that rep. You think of guys like Pablo Sandoval, as that's going to be crushed. Foul. 2-2. And I would say that looking at like when I look at the Korean baseball players themselves, I often think like this guy does not look like an athlete. They're often overweight. They don't look. They look very squishy. I think that's the best way to describe it. They do not look solid or muscular at all. They look very uh yeah, just not like it looks like they or don't know how to lift, as that's going to be a 5 3. Ground out as it goes into the dirt, and one away here. The throws from Kim Do Young over to first are not been good. All right, Mujica will step in 0 for 1 on the day, grounded out to the first baseman in his first at bat. Looks at ball one that brushes him back, 142 on the old gun. And swing and a miss there on the outside, 1-1. Yeah, and it's you have to think about that like in some of these other leagues, some of these other countries. Like Australia's really been trying to build up their national team. Uh but like I mean you think about like the Czech Republic in the Olympics as that is a strike at the bottom of the zone. Like you got guys that are like accountants playing in the national team and stuff like that. Uh but then yeah, you have the Cuban league, but I would have to think that the Cuban league is still developing, you know, and again, I'm only going off of I've never been to Cuba, but going off of what you see online and all of that's, I would say that they don't have the resources yet to, like you were talking about earlier. Yeah, they don't have the resources to fully develop a lot of these guys. As the 1-2 away in the dirt's 2-2. All right, the 2-2 pitch, and that misses inside. 3-2, second straight full count for Omsong Baek here. As he is running that pitch count up. He had 7 pitches in the 4th inning. Already he's thrown 14, getting ready to throw pitch number 15 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The 3-2 pitch. And that misses inside. They asked at first, third, did he go? And he did not. So, Homsong Baek does struggle with the walk, and there is one. That's the first walk that Cuba has earned all day. Yeah. I understand that. I have to feel that it's opened up a lot in the last few years, though. All right, Gilbert steps in 2 for 2 on the day. Looks at ball one on the inside. 2 for 2 on the day. A single and a solo shot in the 3rd inning. He is responsible for the 1 Cuban run. Yeah. As that's in there for a strike at the bottom of the zone. Yeah, and it's the same way in Korea. Korea didn't have foreigners, then they brought them in, and there's a limits. You can have 2 pitchers, and you can have 3 foreigners on your team. 2 of them can be pitchers. Only 2 of them can be pitchers. You can have 3 defensive, offensive guys, but only 2 of your guys can be pitchers. As that's going to be a chopper to the pitcher. Grabs it, scoops, throws. And 2 away, a runner will move on over to second. Yeah, that seems like I. So my view of this, and it's kind of my view of the same with Korea, is they are still stuck in the old ways, and what it's gonna take is some of the players that have grown up playing in other leagues across the world to come back and share and start developing using the information they get from their time in the MLB or Japan or anything like that. And a big swing and a miss from Moncada there. 0 for 2 on the day. He flew out to left, kind of lined out to left in his first at bat, and then struck out swinging in his last at bat. And the 0-1, that's going to be a single into right field. Around third, coming home. The throw not in time. And Moncada is going to have himself an RBI single. Cuba will add a run here in the bottom of the fifth. And it's 4-2. The first walk comes around to score. And is not particularly close at the plate as he was touching the bag before the ball ever got there. Yeah, as we'll have a pinch runner. Moncada done for the day. I don't know who is stretching. You guys don't have names on the back. Sanchez is running, is what I just heard. And in there for a strike. Buena. Oh, 1 for 2 on the day. He singled in his first at bats and grounded out to Kim Do-young in his second at bat. And does he lay off? He does. 1-1. Trying to find my very important paper. I don't know. I just heard Sanchez is all I heard. But it didn't tell me his first name. I don't get a first name. All I got was Sanchez. That is going to be lifted a right fielder over under it, and 3 away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will end the fifth. And again, in Korea, we take a break after the fifth inning. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And again, yesterday, this break was really long, maybe 5 minutes or so. So take your time, refill your beverages, maybe even take a short little nap. I'll be back in just a second.
Chicken, fried chicken, fried chicken. Gimme fried chicken. Baby, it's all that I want to take me through the day. Gimme fried chicken. I want it bona fide, southern fried. Tennessee, guaranteed, it's okay with me. I want it hot, deep fried, I'm on the Memphis side. Hot wings, hot thighs, all southern fried. It all sounds heavenly, this old-time recipe. It's fried chicken, it's finger licking, time is ticking. So cook some southern food for me, a bucket just for me. This won't feed a family, it's all I want, all I need, just make hastily. Gimme fried chicken. Baby, it's all that I want to take me through the day. Gimme fried chicken. I want it bona fide, southern fried. Tennessee, guaranteed, it's okay with me. I want it hot, deep fried, I'm on the Memphis side. Hot wings, hot thighs, all southern fried. It all sounds heavenly, this old-time recipe. It's fried chicken, it's finger licking, time is ticking. So cook some southern food for me, a bucket just for me. This won't feed a family, it's all I want, all I need, just make hastily. chicken, fried chicken, fried chicken. Gimme fried chicken. Baby, it's all that I want to take me through the day. Gimme fried chicken. I want it bona fide, southern fried. Gimme fried chicken. Baby, it's all that I want to take me through the day. Gimme fried chicken. I want it bona fide, southern fried. Fried chicken. Fried chicken. Fried chicken.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, act like you know. It's going down. I'm your captain. It's going down. I'm your captain. It's going down. I'm your captain. It's going down. I'm your captain now. It's going down. 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 I'm your captain now. It's going down. 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 This is how you start a fresh rap with a new track. Put your seatbelts on, prepare for the impact. In fact, I did that with less than a six-pack. But don't drink and drive, cause it's easy to sense that. The beat a crash dummy, don't smile, ain't nothing funny. Learned a long time ago, you catch more bees with honey. My flow is like vinegar, ooh, that's nasty. I'm a goalie in the streets, ain't nothing her getting past me. Chemicals and acid in my pen when I write it. Let it seep into your ears, brain, skin, don't fight it. Relax yourself, let your conscience be free. I gave you the medicine, don't blame your stress on me. I kill a rapper on TV for the loot if you let me. Look at her, I'm a savage with a style so heavy. D, look at me, fresh as I can be. Casket clean, always draped up to the T. Ooh, it's going down. I'm your captain. It's going down. I'm your captain. It's going down. I'm your captain. It's going down. I'm your captain now. It's going down. 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 I'm your captain now. It's going down. 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 Yeah. I walk inside your building, take over your whole facility. New sheriff in town, I don't know if you feeling me. Better listen up quick, pink slip in your mailbox. Feel like you was assaulted, I guess is what you tell cops. You're fired. When I fired the 45, you not fit for this position, the whole country tired. Never no more, am I ever turn a blind eye? Pull them on the carpet, pull the facts, let me find out.
All right, they're coming back, I guess. No, the Cuban dance is over, so they should be getting ready. So A group: Mexico, the U.S., Netherlands, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, and Panama. And the B group: Japan, the U.S., Taiwan, Dominican Republic, Australia, and Cuba will be in the B group. The first game will be the 9th, Korea. So for Korea, they will play Cuba again on the 14th. 13th, they play against Taiwan. The 15th will be against Japan. The 16th against the Dominican Republic, and the 18th will be against Australia. For those of you wondering who's playing who and when, so those two. Korea will have some games earlier, some games later. I should be able to stream most of the Korean games. I really want to stream the U.S. games, but they're at like I want to say 4 in the morning. So it's possible. it's possible that I'll do some American baseball streaming, but I almost feel like if I stream American baseball, I should be streaming in Korean, and if I stream Korean baseball, I should stream in English. So we'll see. This is the third ever. Korea won the very first one back in 2015. Japan won in the last one, 2019. The U.S. finished second, 2015, and Korea finished second in 2019. So Korea looking to get back to the championship. Obviously, they're going to be one of the stronger teams in it, as the rules for the Premier 12 are slightly different than things like the WBC, where the WBC is going to be using actual MLB players. So, all right, so we are ready to get back. Out on the mound is Vargas still. And first pitch is to Kim Ju-won, as Kim Ju-won will take over for... Who's he taking over for? Pak Sung-han. Alright. And like usual, the first two pitches are both balls. And the 2-0 pitch, that's going to be a ball three, but he lines it over the second baseman's head. And just like that, Korea will have another base runner leading off an inning. That was ball three. He hit it off a tee right off the top of the plates. Kim Ju-won gets his first at-bat of this little two-game K baseball series. So Aviles is over at first, and Sanchez is over at third base. And I'll get that change in just a sec. Is Shin-min Jae fakes the bunt, and that's ball one. So I assume Baldoquin will be done. So Viles takes over at first is what they said and what they showed. And the 1-0, that's going to be another ball, but the pitcher grabs it, throws, and moves the runner over. He's thrown 6 pitches. They've all been balls, but Korea has swung at 2 of them, one for a single and one for a comebacker right back to the pitcher. Yeah, he's another replacements, an alternative guy. Because then I don't have anything for him. So Hong Chang-gi steps in, and he will get his 4th at bat. He's been on base all 3 times, 1 for 1 on the day. A walk, a hit by pitch, and a single as he looks at another ball. Again, 7 pitches in this inning have all been balls. But the 2 that Korea swung at, they ended up hitting. And so the 1-0 pitch, another ball, ball 2. He's thrown 8 pitches. Or was it 9? All balls. He went around. Oh, they are going to say he went around, and it is 1-1. The scorebug on the screen is saying 2-0, but it is not. Did he go that time? They said he went again. Again, he has not thrown a strike yet in this inning. He has thrown nothing but balls. But again, this is what I talked about early in the stream. Left-handers, I would say no. And the 1-2 pitch outside, and that's going to be ball two. Again, he has yet to throw a strike in this inning. So I would say, obviously, the best catcher in Korea would be playing. He is light years better than any of the catchers on the team. And catcher is a big hole for Team Korea. Uh, as that one bounces away, and that's gonna roll back, and he will move over as he throws another ball. I'm sorry, but the fact that the Korean or the Cuban pitching coach has not gone out to talk to him yet is mind-boggling. Again, it's a 3-2 count, but both swings from. I'm sorry, is that Nick? Are you watching? Is that the third base coach for Hanwha? But he has yet to throw a strike. It's a 3-2 count, but both of them were check swings on pitches that were not strikes. The two swings were both balls, and the 3-2, and that's popped up shortstop over and under it, and two away. I'm almost positive it is. Oh man, I just realized that he definitely looks familiar. All right, here comes the pitch too. Sung Moon, the DH, 1 for 3 on the day, a RBI double in his last at bat, the 6-4 ground out, and a 4-8 ground out. Or sorry, a 4-8, an F8 flyout. As that is lifted into left field, and that's 3 away. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th, and yeah, it's not much going on offensively. Yeah, so yeah, if Cuba had MLB players, they would be ridiculously way better. Uh yeah, and then so the WBC had was the last yeah, the WBC was the last wait, I'm trying to think here. So you had the Olympics, the Tokyo Olympics, where they did very very poorly. And yeah, the WBC. I'm trying to. It's all blending together. There's so many tournaments because yeah. So 2000. Okay, yeah. So 2023, the Korean WBC team had was their what they thought of as their best players. Basically, it was a bunch of old players. What's up, Tucker? Uh, and they did very poorly. I would not say that they were the best players. They were the old guys. They were the legends or whatever that were still playing, even though I didn't see them as the best players. Uh, but they would be the closer to it. So Song Hyung Jun out on the mound now. Oh, Hong Chang Gi is out. I'm not sure who else is in, but Despaine is up to bats. 0 for 2 on the day, a 5-4 ground out, and a strikeout in his last at bats. He fouls that first pitch off. Yeah, Korea. If you added the MLB teams or the MLB guys, you really don't get very many. You get Lee Jung Hoo from San Francisco, and you get Kim Ha Sung from San Diego. Jiman Choi or Che Jiman, I guess you could say, but he's not on. Like, yeah, really they don't have many Korean MLB guys. They only have a handful, so it wouldn't be that different, honestly. And the 0-2 in the dirts. Good old fashioned KBO right there. 0-2 pitch, right-handed batter, right-handed hitter. You throw it in the other batter's box and hope that he chases. And all right, the 1-2 pitch, and that catches it at the bottom of the zone. He stares and looks at his second strikeout as Despaine walks back to the Cuban dugout. The KBO is very young, though. Yeah, the KBO team is very, very different, as that's swing and a miss, 0-1. The under 24 restriction is really, yeah, the really is only a couple guys that I would say are better. Where you get into it is as far as offensively, where you get into it is the pitching. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I would say Ryuhun Jin would be on the team, but he's not, obviously, because over the age, as that is a swing and a miss at a pitch that falls into the dirt, 1-2. Yeah, because even the guys that are over 24 who are in Korea or in the MLB, they'd be under 24 anyway. So again, there's only a very, very few players that it really affects. Is that's a swing and a miss there, and he's got 2 strikeouts for his first 2 batters that he faced. But center field is not a weak position, and shortstop is not a weak position. So both of those MLB guys would not be the MLB restriction would not really be a big deal for this team. The MLB situation, or the under 24 restriction, really is first base and catcher would be the biggest 2 restrictions, as the 1-0, and that is in there, 1-1. Yeah, and then starting pitching, but some of the best starting pitching in Korea is the younger guys. So Korea has a very, very big youth movement right now, which is why the popularity in Korea of baseball is at an all-time high. Because lots of guys that are in the league and are faces of teams are 19, 20, 21, 22 years old. That's Mrs. Low, 2-2. So yeah, I don't think it plays too much of a difference. What I see is more of a problem is you have these 70-year-old coaches trying to coach 23-year-old kids. And the 2-2, that's going to be a slow roller. Shortstop grabs it, throws in time, and that will end the bottom of the 6th. And we'll go to the 7th. Korea is up 4-2. A 1-2-3 inning there. A slow roller was scooped up, thrown over by Lee Ju-hyung. And we'll get updates on the position changes. Yeah. The yeah, the kids they enjoy themselves. They are having way more fun playing baseball, and you got the old guys that are just like, like they don't know how to smile, they don't know how to laugh, they don't know how to play. Like very like rigid. It's like for Hanwha, the team that Nick and I follow, they you know they're very young. Like the oldest guy on the infield is, I mean, well, now they got old guys at first base, but they don't belong there. Uh, are all 23, 24, and younger. Maybe the oldest guy was is 20, 25 or 26. And so they're a very different dynamic there. And then you have some old guys that just are boring to watch. Like they don't seem to be enjoying playing really. So yeah, it's a weird dynamic honestly. Watching because Hanwha again, the team that I follow, has the oldest coach in the league. He's a legend coach because he was the coach of the 2008 Olympic team that won in Beijing. And so everybody thinks that he's like this greatest coach, but he also coached the Tokyo Olympic team that got destroyed, but nobody manages to think about that. So, but yeah. Anyway, here we are, top of the seventh. Kim Do Young. Yeah, most games coached without a championship. And even more importantly, as soon as he left each team, they won championships. As that warm up pitch went way back to the backstop. Yo, oh, like, you way more. All right. Ooh, is Vargas still out there? Wow. No, Reyes out on the mound. 14 games, 22 innings, 1 win, 1 loss, 3 saves, 4.91 ERA. Reyes out on the mound now for Cuba. He pitched yesterday. That's why he looked familiar. All right, Kim Do Young 0 for 2 on the day. He flew out to center and then also walked and struck out first pitch swinging and fouls that away. 0-1. All right, the 0-1 and 1-1. It really seems that in Korea that it's the old heads that are in charge, and they're absolutely terrified of change. Never willing to accept change at all, as that misses, and it's 2-1. Surprisingly, though, the team that's won the championship has the youngest coach in the league. In his first year, so the 2-1 in there for a strike. A beautiful looking curveball. 1-2-3 on the gun. And you got looks like a new catcher also. Yeah, that's right. I did see that, as that's chopped foul into his foot, stays 2-2. So it does look like a new catcher back behind the plates for the old Bing Ray uniform, or Bing Ray hat, and a Hanwha fan drinking a beer with his sunglasses inside. Oh wow. All right, the 2-2 pitch, and that's going to be ripped over the third baseman, and he has got himself a single for once, and another leadoff base runner on base for Team Korea. And that'll be it for him, as he will head back to the dugouts, and we'll have a pinch runner. Dun, 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 dun. Swing and a miss there. Moonbo Young, 0 for 3 on the day. Struck out looking in his first at bats. A liner to left and a fly ball to center field. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. And it checks over. Oh, that's every day, every game, man. Every. All right, the 0-1. A big swing and a miss there. 0-2. The best is I love the bat flip on the bat flips on pop-ups in foul territory. All right. 너무 감사합니다. Thank you, Lemon. Lemon? Ramon? Oh, the legend of the bat flip is way older than anybody playing. KBO is all about the bat flip. And that's inside 1-2. All right, Moonbo Young, the 1-2 pitch from Reyes, gave up the leadoff single to Kim Do Young, and that is going to be inside 2-2. All right, here comes the 2-2 pitch. It checks over and in back. And that is in the dirt, and it gets away. And the good God, he looks slow going to third or second. He'll move up as the count will run full now. He looks so slow taking off. Who is that? I don't know who this is. It's not Kim Do Young, that is for sure. All right, here comes the 3-2 counts. Once again, 0-2 to 3-2, and that's going to be a chopper to seconds as he moves the runner over, does his job. That'll put one away. Ah, nothing, yup. Removes the runner over, 1 ounce, 90 feet away now is Nasung Yup, the first baseman for the Lotte Giants. Yoon Dong-hee will step in. He is 1 for 2 on the day. He had the solo shots back in the second inning. A walk in the third, a strikeout in his last at-bats, and just for Nick, enjoy. Yeah. All right, the 0-1 pitch. And that hits him on the hand. He does have a wrist guard, so he taps his wrist. He says, I'm good. No big deal. One of the things that was the big thing that they talked about in the preview for Korea is they don't have a a home run hitter. They don't have a number 4 hitter in the traditional sense. They don't have one, and Pak Dong Wan is going to possibly be him. That's the catcher, the number 6 hitter here. Uh, but he strikes out so much, and they call him Mister Full Swing. But yeah, so Pak Dong Wan is actually not in. I've been waiting to find out who is hitting for him, as Kim Jun Soo took over a couple innings ago, back behind the plates, and he'll get his first at bats here, and that catches the bottom of the zone. All right, the 0-1 pitch to Kim Jun Soo. And instead, they're going to check over on Yoon Dong Hee over at first. I imagine that they are going to put him in the motion. All right, the 0-1. That's exactly what they need, is they need to learn how to lift instead of doing the old yep, gotta warm up the old arm before I throw with air movements. And watching Ajashis and Ajumas walking on the track, the walking track down by the river, walking backwards to work out the hammies. The only big guys they have are catchers. Kim Do-young does, again, the third baseman does have 38 home runs on the season. As that's going to come home, he's not going to try it, and that will be an RBI groundouts. 5-3 groundouts, RBI. And Korea will take a 5-2 lead. Moves the runners up. That'll be 2 outs now. They'll take it every day of the week. Runs, runs, runs. Ladies and gentlemen, runs, runs, runs. The wild pitch turns out big. All right, Lee Ju-hyung steps in. He is 0 for 2 on the day with a fly out to left, a walk, and a strikeout. They do have plenty of bat speed, I would say. All right, the 1-0 pitch lays off of it, and it's 2-0. What I would again, a lot of these guys strike out too much to not be 25-run home run hitters. But again, the difference between that, though, Kevin, is they're playing small ball and hitting 300 versus, Korea, who tries to play small ball, but they hit 260 and 270. You can't play small ball with guys that don't hit for average. You can play big boy ball if you got a bunch of guys that are going to hit, 20, 30, 40 home runs. But Korea doesn't have that, as that one's in there for a strike, 3-1. You can't hit, if you're going to strike out 30% of the time, you got to also hit, 30 home runs or so, and it just doesn't happen in the KBO. That misses outside, and another walk. Second walk of the day for Lee Ju-hyung, and Korea has just been walking everywhere, honestly. As we will have ourselves a mound visits. We'll see what he does. Does he have his pen? Does he have his pen in his hand? He does not. All right. I found the tell. I found the tell, ladies and gentlemen. If he comes out with his pen in his hand, he's not gonna take him out. But if he doesn't have his pen in his hand, he is not going to relieve him. Maybe. What's he doing? Pitching coach is hitting the two baseballs together. This is maybe, I don't know. This is as in comes the big lefty. This is something I honestly I don't see. Maybe it's a Cuban thing, but it looks like what they do is they the pitcher that's coming out has to wait for the other pitcher to come in, and they high five or whatever. Normally, at least in the KBO and the MLB, whenever you're done, you come out, and the next pitcher is coming in. Don't ever have a conversation or anything. So, kind of strange, at least to me. Who knows? I don't know. Garlic in the dipper. All right. Kim Ju-won will come up eventually whenever Korea finally comes back to bat. Let's see. Make sure my numbers are right. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, Korea's got 7 hits now. All right, out on the mound is Gutierrez. Out on thy mound, Email Gutierrez. I was thinking the same thing, honestly. All right, Reyes all done. Gutierrez comes out. Now, Kim Ju-won will come up to bat. He's 1 for 1 on the day with a single. All right, the first pitch in there for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. All right, here comes the 0-1 from Gutierrez. Has a might possibly have a beard that is older than the batter, and that is low. 1-1. Okay, I'm glad that somebody else noticed that. I was like he comes way from the side, and then he'll do like a 3/4, and yeah, you have to be able to pick up on that. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. I don't know where he hit him, but get a little slow-mo. Ooh, right there. There's no padding there. He's got. It's like, oh, what kind of arm slot do you have? All of the above. Slider from way over to the side. Fastball, 3/4, curveball from the top. All right, Korea with the bases loaded again. Second time they've had them loaded today, and Shin-min Jae looks at a ball one on the inside. I would not want to be a left-hander facing him. He looks wild. He looks wild, and Shinmin J is about 135 pounds. Shinmin J, what do you mean? And that almost hit him. Shinmin J's like, man, do I gotta bat against this guy? He's close. He's 28. Again, there's two or four play. I think two, but it might be four players that are allowed on the team that are over 24. And the 2-0, and that's going to be ripped foul, 2-1. He was born in 96, January 21st of 1996. So he'd be 28 years old. He's still one of the youngest guys on on LG's team. Should have had Moon Hyun Bin playing second instead. Mr. Clutch himself, the 2-1, and that's going to be a ground ball. Second baseman bobbles it, picks it up, throws in time. And that's will be 3 away. Korea loads the bases, but once again, they cannot do anything about it, and will go to the bottom of the 7th. They have done nothing but leave runners on base. Second time they've left the bases loaded today. It's like, I don't know if you guys have seen that the game show. I think it was originally a Japanese game show where like the wall is coming at you and you have to like move your body to fit through the holes. It's like that's how he learned to throw. Like it's like, oh, here comes the curveball arm slot, and he's gotta like change his body position so that he can throw his curveball so he doesn't get knocked into the water. Yeah, he is everywhere. All right, let's see. Balokun is no longer playing. Who's hitting for him? Avias. Well, we'll see if Avias hits. Perez is also not hitting. He throws everything with a 4-seam grip. It's just where his arm. He's like, you guys want to change your grip? I just hold the ball every time. They can't hit him because they can't figure out which angle the ball's coming in from. And here comes the dipping the whole thing again, the same commercial again. 6 different commercials rotated through, and all right, we'll have who's out on the mound now for Korea. We'll see. And Avias is hitting. Perez is not in the lineup, the catcher. So, who is pitching for Korea? Che Ji-min is out on the mound. I'll get that change. And that's in there for a strike. 0-2 now. Yeah. Brings the mystery to as that's fouled away. As that almost that almost hit him interviewing in the dugout, and the ball comes and almost takes out the guy doing the interview, and now it's 0-2. Oh, I guess Avias, yeah. Avias is up to bat. 265, and that's a chopped foul. Stays 0-2. That would be like the ultimate clip, the ultimate baseball clip. Because it's like a international friendly game. As that misses way inside 1-2. I love the guys that are out of the game hanging out on the back bench with their daddy trainers in, and that's going to be a strikeout at the top of the zone. All right, who's hitting for Perez is the question. Because you guys said the other catcher is not playing, that he's still in Japan or whatever. Ah, Cosme. Cosme is hitting now. He took over a little bit ago in the dugout or behind the plates, but I just wasn't sure. And in the 0-1, and that's in the dirts, 1-1. Oh, they want to do it during live TV. I want mic'd up players. I want guys mic'd up everywhere. And the 1-1 pitch. And a swing and a miss. Yeah. Cosme. 30-year-old. And fouls that one away. 1-2. That's Artemisa? Does that sound right? Artemisa? Throws out 53% of the stolen base attempts. You gotta love that. But here comes the pitch, 1-2, and that's going to be a ground ball. Second baseman grabs it, throws 2 away. And the peeky dance is hanging out over in the all right, Mujica steps in, 0 for 1 on the day. Walked in his last at bats, came around to score, and a ground out to the first baseman, but he sends it right back up the middle, and he'll have himself a 2-out single, as it almost took off the cleats of Che Ji-min on the pitcher's mound. A little Olay, lift the foot up. Almost took off the plant's foot's heel. And again, Na Sung Yup is over at first base, not third. Well, you know, do they have one for each team? I think. And we'll have a pinch runner here. Thought I heard a Terrace. I don't know who's pinch running here. Martinez? Does that sound about right? All right, Gilbert steps in. He 1-3 ground out in his last at bat, but 2 for 3 on the day, and looks at strike one on the outside. 0-1. All right, the 0-1 pitch, and that's in the dirt, and 1-1. hate that they don't have the numbers and names on the back. It's crazy because they have the names on the back of the red uniforms, but they don't have the names on the back of the white uniforms. And the 1-1 pitch, that's going to be a shot past the diving shortstop, and they'll have runners on first and second with 2 outs. Is Gilbert with his 3rd hit of the day. Like, now, if we're the home team, they should know who we are. If we're the away team, they don't know who we are. This is the only possible idea I could come up with. Oh man, this guy looks like he's a high schooler. All right, Sanchez will step in. I love the Sanchez helmet, as that's going to be first pitch, and that's going to be tough as it rolls foul. And 0-1. Sanchez with the double ear flap, super padded little league helmets. Absolutely a beautiful thing. Man, it has been a while since I saw one of those helmets. Even like, I play here in Korea, and like my my Sunday league thing is just, it's like this big. Like super padded. And that's going to be a single. Will they bring him home? He's going to come home, and the throw not in time as Cuba gets run number 3, and it's 5-3. Get everybody on. It still has the tag. They're going to return it after the game. Oh my lord. I didn't even see that till you said something on that replay. Still has the tag on the lid. Like, I can't say much. I mean, I still have the tag on mine, but oh man. My eyes are watering from laughing at still having the the tag on the lid. Oh man. All right. Well. And that's right on the outside. It's like I'm telling you, they're gonna return it after the game. So Mateo is hitting now, not Arboena. I butchered that. That's fouled away. I bet. Yeah, he probably lost it or something, left it back in Cuba, and so they needed one for the fall league, and he's gonna head back down to Ulsan and return it after this little 2-game series. All right, here comes the 0-2. 2 outs, runners on first and second, and that's gonna be fouled way down the right field line. If you knew how amazing Korean delivery was, you could they could have ordered it last night, and it would have been delivered this morning at like 4 a.m. Kupang Wow coming in clutch. And the 0-2 swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirt, and they'll get out of it. They give up back-to-back-to-back singles, and Cuba gets 1. And we'll go to the 8th inning. It's 5-3 Korea. I'm sure they got a translator somewhere. Yeah, you got to be resourceful when your country doesn't have a lot of money, I guess. I think it's hilarious. I wasn't going to say it. I personally could not say that. I could think that, but I could not say that before I would get canceled. Now, if you're a if you're a little leaguer in Korea, your family's got plenty of money. It is not cheap to play baseball in Korea. Good old Korea. All right. Top of the eighth. 5-3. Cuba's out hit Korea though. It's just Korea's walked all around the base pass because Cuba can't throw strikes. Ah. He hit a home run on his first at bat with that tag on there, and he hasn't taken it off. Number 5 is the answer. All right, so we're back. All right, who's going to be up? Hong Chang Gi should be up. I think he came out though, and he did. Chewan Jun is up to bat. Chewan Jun, the only extra base hit yesterday. 292 on this season. And it's 1-1. And is that a strike? Nope, nope, ball. Yeah. Both teams hitting much better today, much more enjoyable and interesting game as that is filed way up. It might have hit the ceiling and almost takes out the guy working carrying the big blue box. As 2-2 now. Gutierrez needed a new ball because he's already thrown a delivery with that one. Needs a new one. Lots of Landers fans hanging out there as Chewan Jun is a not a Lander. Oh, the Korea would try as that misses, and that's gonna run the count full. 3-2. Korea just literally just full count, full count, full count, full count. So many full counts. All right, the 3-2 counts, and he pops him up. That's going to be a little trouble as Avila is over up against the warning track and one away. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second time today, Cuba has done the impossible and retired the first batter. All right, it's one down, and that is not going to be a retired batter because that's going to 1, 2, 3, and roll to the wall. And he is gonna head to third and is in there as they lollygagged and took their sweet time out in right field. And he decides, I'm gonna just turn on the speed and slide into third. Three hops is the official count. They took their sweet time getting over. It's the throw probably could have gotten him if it was a better throw. Nick, that's the third base coach for Hanwha, right? Yeah, that is Na Sung Yup. No, who's up? Yeah, Na Sung Yup is steps in and fouls that into his foot. 0-1. Yeah, just I mean, honestly, I don't know if they'll give him a double or they're gonna give him a triple, but yeah. Yeah, Nick, that is definitely the Hanwha third base coach. Yeah. All right, the 0-1. And that is going to score a run as it little bloop into right field. And the RBI single from Nasun Yup will make it 6-3. Definitely put that one on the slow moving right fielder. They just took their sweet time. Would normally be a first and third. But they have done. He has done well to send runners. But I believe we'll have a pitching change here. Does he have his? Nope, he does not have his. Again, tell by the pitching coach if he brings out his pin, it's the end. And this time Gutierrez walks off the mound, not waiting for the new pitcher. As I love that the so the umpire has his like his list of players, and the pitching coach had to like go through and point to which one was coming in. A little bit of a language difficulty or language barrier there, but anyway, we'll have a new pitching coach as I double check my stats. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 hits, not 10. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, 9. I hate not having much like extra things to double check. So number 91 out on the mound now. Medina. I love I love his name. Frank. Frank Medina. Oh, Frank. Medina out on the pitching mound, and Moonbo Gyung 0 for 3 on the day, a 4-3 ground out in his last at bats, and looks at ball one on the outside. Moonbo Gyung hitting 0. I don't know why it says 0 for 3. I have him 0 for 4. They don't know how to count because he struck out in his first at bat, lined out to left in his second, flew out to center in his third at bat, and a 4-3 ground out in his last at bat. And that's now 3-0. Because that's chopped foul. 3-1. I know they're not giving him a sacrifice whenever he grounded out. I don't know how he's possibly 0 for 3. He didn't sacrifice a bunt. It was a full count. As the catcher Cosme has to get some help with his eye, as he got something in his eye. As that was hit right in, dirt went right in his left eye. No, he didn't have an RBI. He hit into a 4-3 groundout. He moved the runner over. But that's an out. That's not a, I don't know why they have him 0 for 3. Sacrifice advanced runner when you're trying to get a hit. Yeah. That's KBO stats for you. That how are you hitting 300? Well, this one time I swung really hard, so it counts as a sacrifice. I tried to get a hit. He's got dirt in his eye. They get it out, and the trainer just pours water in his hands and slaps him in the face. He's like, "Oh, we're good." Yeah. All right, the 3-1 pitch to Moonbo Young, and that's gonna be what we like to call ball 4 and another runner on base. The Korean announcer's like, "Yeah, that's way too many walks." Yeah, you think? Thank goodness you said something. Would have never have known. All right, so that's going to bring up Yoon Dong-hee. He was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat. A big swing and a miss there. 138 on the old gun. So 1 for 2 on the day. A home run, a solo home run, a walk, a strikeout, and a hit by pitch. And in there for a strike, 0-2. And that's outside. Ooh, he must have gotten the old KBO game plan 0-2 pitch to right-handed pitcher to a right-handed batter. 0-2 pitch, you throw it in the other batter's box. Apparently, they've been stealing the signs from the KBO. And the 1-2 pitch and fouled way down the right field line. Yup, it's the every single time. And that's inside. Did he go? He did not. We'll see if we get a solid replay, and we do. He did not go. Excellent call by the first base umpire. And he hits him again. That one hurts. And for the second straight inning, Yoon Dong-hee has been hit, and they load the bases on a hit by pitch, this time with only 1 out. Ooh, that one is right here. Ooh, there's no padding there, ladies and gentlemen. No padding there. We'll see if he might be done for the day. 11 free passes. 4 hit by pitches, I believe. 3 hit by pitches, 4 hit by pitches, 3 hit by pitches. All right. Yoon Dong Hee will be done for the day as they are like, okay, dude, you've been hit so many times. Kimmy Jeep will take over for Yoon Dong Hee. And ball 1. And the 1-0 swing and a miss. 1-1. And that's Mrs. Lowe. 2-1. Bases loaded again. Second straight inning that the bases have been loaded. And that's in there for a strike. 2-2. And that's going to be an RBI single. Well, a second run comes. The throw home is not needed as they will hold them at third. And the bases are still loaded as Kim Jun-soo has an RBI single and an RBI groundouts. 2 RBIs in his 2 at-bats. And Korea is unloading the offense here against these late inning Cuban players. And that's low. Lee Ju-hyung looks at ball 1, and this game is slowly getting out of hand. In there for strike 1-1. I wonder if they're going to have the ABS system for the Premier 12. I hope they do. All right, the 1-1 to Lee Ju-hyung hits that one, going back. One hops into the wall. Center fielder picks it up. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. And that's will be a RBI, 2 RBI double for Lee Ju-hyung. And it is it's time for the game to be done. Missed a home run by about 10 feet or so. A nice, beautiful grand slam, dead center. All right, well, we'll have a maybe another pitching change. Yep, we'll have another pitching change. As that didn't go well, as he calls Medina back and says, you need to wait for the next guy. Gives him the old high five, and we'll have, well, another pitching change, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. The Cuban pitching coach is like, man, I'm getting my steps in today. All right. Let's see who is in. Martinez, maybe? No. I think this guy pitched yesterday. Mahir? Not sure who is in to pitch. So we are coming back. Well, that doesn't help that they walked like 11 guys. All right, and another pitch. Maurice. And that's in there for a strike. I believe he pitched yesterday. Yankiel Maurice. All right, Kim Ju-won 1-for-1 on the day. He singled, a hit by a pitch, and that's a big swing and a miss. 1-2. Korea would love to get a 10th run. Treat the fans to a decade of hits. No, it says Maurice, big, tall right-hander. He pitched yesterday. I think Figueredo already pitched. He pitched a long time ago, as he just hits him in the back ankle. And another hit by pitch. The second time he has been hit in 2 at bats. He's been up all the last 3. Yeah, the last 3 innings he has been up. He has singled and been hit by a pitch and then hit by another pitch as he turned, but it still caught the looks like the calf of his back leg as he turned, but it went right into his calf. And Korea's got to start worrying about not getting all their guys hurt. They are running low on guys, as you know, they obviously are using a bunch of guys to play. Apparently they thought they could drink soju like they could tequila, I guess. I don't know. As that's their, I don't, what their drink of choice. As that is ball 1. Shinmin Jae ended the last inning with the bases loaded and a 4-3 ground out. His 3rd straight at bats in the 3rd straight inning, 2-0 now. As once again the bases loaded, only 1 out here. Shinmin Jae 0-for-3 with a walk, a 6-3 ground out, a 1-3 ground out, and a 4-3 ground outs. And that catches the inside corner, 2-1. This is the 2 guys that have been hit in back-to-back innings too. And the 2-1, that's going to be a ground ball through the hole. They're going to hold him up at 3rd. I hope to God they do. They do not, and he is sliding in. And that will be 2 more as Shinmin Jae comes up with the 2 RBI single. And, yeah. Well, it was a close game for a second. As Korea has now batted around with still 1 out and 2 runners on here in the top of the 8th. As this game is quickly gotten out of hand. Chaewon Jun. Here's the crazy thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Chaewon Jun led off this inning with a pop-up in foul territory to the first baseman. Looks at strike 1. So Chaewon Jun led off this inning with an out. And yeah, Korea hasn't gotten out since then. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if you record the first and last outs? And that is not going to be an out because I don't think that's catchable. As that goes over the right fielder's head, it hits off the wall, bounces over him and over the top of his glove, and 2 runs will be in, and that will be a 2 RBI double. As, yeah. Well, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. I thought he might have had it, but it just missed. As it one hops into the wall and then bounces over the right fielder as it hits off his glove as he throws the glove up trying to stop it. And that is 9 straight batters to reach base for Korea. And, well, it's time once again for another pitcher. All right. Well, Maurice will be done, and we'll have a new pitcher. Big, tall, lanky guy, number 27, will come in to pitch. Yeah. Wow. Not looking good for Cuba. Alright, she gives him the thumbs up, says I'm ready. Herrera is the pitcher. So he also pitched yesterday. Oh, Frank, another Frank. No. This is what I was concerned about for Cuba after watching their pitching yesterday, is these guys that are now pitching 2 days in a row. So Herrera pitched yesterday. Son Sung Moon led off this barrage with a double. Or sorry, that was a we're giving him a triple. That was the hit that was slowly played by the right fielder, where he was able to cruise on over to third base. As so Son Sung Moon steps in. Now 0-1 pitch coming up as he again he's led off the inning, and that is in there for a strike. 0-2. Herrera is a alternative pitcher or a replacement pitcher. He is. We'll see what exactly happens next. All right, the 0-2 pitch, and that is way up high. 1-2. Running out of room on my stat sheets, as don't usually plan for teams to bat around in an inning, especially 9 straights to get on base, and that misses upstairs. 2-2. Son Sung Min 2 for 5 on the day, an RBI double back in the 4th, and a triple earlier in this inning. All right, the 2-2 pitch chopped foul into his foot, stays alive. 2-2. And Son Sung Moon is the captain of this team. Plays his home games here in Gochuk. Had a pretty much a breakout season this season, as he fouls that one. Goes. Left fielder sticks his glove out as he runs into foul territory, overruns the ball, but sticks the glove back out behind him and is able to make the catch. And that is not a good route, as he almost overran the ball as he I think Cuba's done for this game too. They're ready to be on the plane to Taiwan, as that is in there for a strike to Nasung Yup. Nasung Yup RBI single in this inning. 1 for 1 on the day. And Korean or the Cuban catcher tried to frame it, but nope, it's a ball. 1-1. All right, the 1-1 pitch, Nasun Yup. Frank Herrera. I can't even talk now. And that's 2-1 outside. Just have to think, good thing that they are playing indoors, because honestly, I would love to see Cuba play in 10-degree weather. I wonder what would happen. The 2-1 pitch, and he lifts that foul, going foul, left fielder over, but into the netting, and that's will make it 2-2. All right, once again, the 2-2, runner on second, 2 outs, 7 runs this inning, 8 runs this inning. As 13-3 is now the score. Nasung Yup, and that's going to be chopped foul and stays alive, 2-2. Nasung Yup took over at first for Kim Do-young after Kim Do-young singled, and then since then, Korea has just absolutely unloaded offensively as they've gotten into these the bullpen of this Cuban team. And a lot of these Cuban guys pitched yesterday, so they've been struggling with the back-to-back days, as that's misses inside and another full count. I don't even have room to put all this stuff. And that's going to be a chopper. Third baseman grabs it, throws across the diamond in time. And the 5-3 groundouts will end the top of the 8th, but not before Korea does a lot of damage with 8 runs in the frame. And they even left one on base. 13 runs, 13 hits. As yeah, this game lost all of its luster. And you had Cuba tied it up 1-1. Then Korea scored 3 right after Cuba got 1, and then it seems that every time Cuba gets going, gets a run, gets some momentum, Korea just comes back and just unloads the offensive barrage against them. No. I assume we're going to have some changes. Despaine should lead off the 8th inning here for Cuba. All right, we should be coming back. Maybe. The last thing I want is vegetable Mondu. Healthy Mondu. That sounds like an awful, awful idea. Nobody in Korea has apartments that large. Nobody. Their living room is twice the size of my two-bedroom apartment. All right. Out on the mound here in the bottom of the eighth is. Oh, Jun Song Hyun will be out there. Get this all changed for you guys. Oh, 66 games for the righty. Yes, the helmet is back, ladies and gentlemen. Why does he have the helmet? Yes, the sticker is still on it. Yes. This is not the same guy as Norona? Who is hitting me? Who is this? Norona. It's like they only had one helmet, so he's gonna use it. Oh, this is too good. As looks at strike three is I didn't even get to change his name. I had to find out who was hitting. I love it. I gotta go back. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna watch this and I'm gonna see if the sticker is in Korean or if it's in Spanish or English. As that is 0-1 now. So all right. Finale is 1 for 3 on the day. He's looking at an 0-2 counts now. Singled in his second at bats. Shinmin Jae is in center, Chaewon Jun in right. So a few changes. They no longer have the DH position, which they obviously don't need, as that's going to be a slow roller. Third baseman grabs it, throws way up the line, and that should go down as an infield single. So the pitcher spots will let's see here. So Son Sung Moon is now playing second. Nasung Yup, Moon Bo Young, Kimmy Jeep is in. I don't even know. Iju Hyung? Ouch! As that runs up and in and hits him. And they will have runners on first and seconds with 1 out. And I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Kimmy Jeep is in playing short. Yeah. They're like, hey man, you hit like 8 of our guys. We're gonna hit some of yours. So the KBO, the Team Korea lineup is, or the positions are not correct. Yes, we've got the double hat again. Abiles. Are they just I can't read it. It looked like it was English. Maybe Spanish. Oh man, I can't quite read it. The 1-0 pitch. I love it. The little league helmets as he pops that one up. A left fielder coming in and grabs it, and two away. I love it. Yo, the new sticker still on the top. All right. Cosme, the backup catcher, steps in. He's 0 for 1, 4-3 ground out in his first at bats, and looks at strike one down the middle. And it's 0 1. All right, the 0 1 pitch in the dirt, blocked, and it's 1 1 now. Gotta love you some sticker hats. All right, here comes the 1 1 pitch, and that's going to be a chopper. Third baseman grabs it, throws across the diamond in time. And Cuba will be down to their last 3 outs as we go to the ninth inning. It's all Korea. All Korea. Make sure my numbers are still correct. Yeah. I mean, really, the only difference in this game has been Cuba's inability to throw strikes. That's all it is. You know, Korea's barely out hit them 13-10. They both have solo home run, but Korea has gotten their hits after walks. You know, if it wasn't for the walks, the game would be a really close, honestly. Kind of wish this Cuban offense was the offense yesterday, where we would have had a nice 3-3 game, a good going game all the way to the end. And this game could have been yesterday's game. Yeah, big blowouts. Moonbo Young should lead off the inning. I don't think there's many guys left on the bench besides maybe the backup catcher. But there's not a lot left on the bench. We'll see. Again, they lost their Team Korea lost their DH, so the pitcher spot is gonna be up eventually. I just don't know when the pitcher spot will be up in the lineup. So I'll adjust that whenever it comes again. The lineup, the fielding positions is not correct. There's somebody in there, either Kimmy Jeep or Iju Hyung, that is not in the right spot. That is Moonbo Young is gonna one hop into the fence, and he is gonna lead off the inning with a double, and he is gonna enjoy himself. Is Herrera still out there for Cuba? Moonbo Young goes the other way with it over the left fielder's head. One hops right at the warning track into the fence, and they're picking up right where they left off in the last inning. Kimmy Jeep is playing. I think he might be playing left now. And that's just outside 1-1. I believe Iju Hyung, the center fielder, is no longer in, and that'll be the pitcher's spot. And the 1-1 in there for a strike. 1-2. Kimmy Jeep getting his first at bat of the day, 258 on the season, or actually he did hit yesterday, and that is going to be lifted. Center fielder going back under it, grabs it, and he will tag up and head on over to third. He does his job of letting it fly back. Well, you enjoy that. All right. Kim Jun Soo will step in now. Kim Jun Soo 1 for 2 on the day. One for two, 2 RBIs, a single, a ground out, and crushed. That's foul. As that is out of way over the second deck in foul territory. Just crushed. Turned on that and all right. Well, we've got an 0-1 count here to the catcher, and that's fouled straight back. 0-2 now. Why are they showing the left? Why are they showing the third base coach? All right, here we go. The 0-2 pitch sets him in the dirt, and he hits it right where he was supposed to and fouls it away. Stays 0-2. Herrera is hitting his spots. He's hitting exactly where he's supposed to be, where the catcher is setting up. So that is something. Again, he is listed as an alternative pitcher, so I assume that he will be on the regular old national team. And fouls that one out of play. Stays 0-2. Why do they keep showing the third base coach? Maybe Hanwha, since they only had one player on the team, they're like, well, we'll give you our third base coach. And that's going to be ripped foul. Yeah, I mean, I would say he definitely looks like one of the best pitchers in today's game. As far as for the Cuban pitchers. All right, the 0-2 pitch once again as he keeps fouling him away. And throws the bat at that is going to be out number 2 on the strikeout. Nice pitch. All right, next up is Iju Hyung. Maybe Iju Hyung is playing left? I have no idea. I have no idea who's playing where. And that just catches the outside, 0-2. Yeah, I mean, he really does seem like the best pitcher as far as of the guys that I've seen pitch for Cuba. He definitely seems like the best reliever. I don't. Again, you said there's a couple guys in Japan that they're waiting as the 0-2, and that's misses way upstairs 1-2. Cuba, offensively, they seem to at least click better today. Uh, they did seem better today, but again, the bullpen pitching for Cuba has just been so bad. He says throw it in the dirt. He misses the dirt, but he misses right in the middle of the strike zone, and that will be strikeouts number two. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. Cuba only needs 10 runs, ladies and gentlemen. Only needs 10 runs as the leadoff double goes for nothing. And gets stranded over at third. Bottom of the ninth coming up big time, and it's ready. Ready, they're ready to ready. Ready to ready to ready. Okay, yeah. And you said there's a couple pitchers too, right? Didn't you say like Ivan Moinello or something like that? I know you said Ivan. Yeah. And are those guys both? So that's basically your best starter and your best closer. All right, out on. Yeah, so I don't think it. Honestly, I don't think it would matter. You know, unless he's, especially with, you're playing 5 games in 6 days. You're gonna have to have a third starter. So I think obviously there's some issues with the bullpen, and I don't know about your starters. I don't know. Maybe they go a few more innings. Maybe they throw better. But again, you're going to need those. Your best pitchers obviously against Japan and Korea. Yeah, the guy that started today, I think he was fine. Uh, and they again, I don't think they wanted to show too much of him. So Mojica should lead off the inning for Cuba. Again, anybody joining that isn't familiar, I don't know what the defense positionings are for Korea. There's I have two center fielders. I know Shinmin Jae is in center. Uh, Iju Hyung is playing, but I don't know where he's playing. I think maybe he's in left, and Kim Ju Won is not playing shorts. I really have no idea. They gave up their DH. Yeah, obviously Japan, I think, is the team to beat, and then but the Dominican Republic is in the round, right? Or is that? I thought they're in Dominican Republic's in Group B too. Maybe I'm thinking Puerto Rico. What's up, Brink? Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm. It's so confusing. Like, why? Yeah. So it'll start on with the ninth, right? Opening round, Panama versus Netherlands. So at least the 10th for us here in Korea. So Panama versus Netherlands starts at 4 a.m. on the 10th. USA versus Puerto Rico, it's 8 a.m. on the 10th. What is the 10th? What day of the week is that? Ooh, I could stream that one. USA versus Puerto Rico. Ooh, get up at 8 a.m. to stream some baseball, ladies and gentlemen. Then followed by Mexico versus Venezuela. Man, I could just completely ruin my entire life of sleep schedule. Yeah, Brink, you missed the eighth inning. The Korea batted around. Yeah, Korea batted around, scored 8 runs in the top of the eighth, led by you know him, Chaewon Jun. Kim Do Young had a single, and Jun Sang Hyun is out on the mound now. I don't know if he's going to stay out there, but you are familiar with for him, I assume, as he had 7 saves for Kia on the season. Man, this is the longest ninth inning in between the innings that I've seen. Maybe TVing forgot that they're broadcasting a game. I don't. Why are we still having commercials here? This game. What is going on? Why? 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 Well, he came out. He only played 3 innings yesterday, and then played 4 or 5 innings today. But like Shinmin Jae, the second baseman for LG, he played. They played the series against KT, and then they played the series against Samsung, and then then he goes to his playing here. He's played second. He played first base yesterday. Today he played second base. Now he's playing center field. And then same way with Pak Dong Won, the catcher for LG. Well, Korea wouldn't have come up to bat in the top of the ninth. Well, that's good. Just in time for some solid Missouri winters. Yeah, I don't know why. Why we're taking so long. What is going on? This is like the fifth inning stretch. Like they're like, really? It's been cooling down a lot at nights. I ride a motorcycle everywhere, and so I had to put the lining on the inside of my motorcycle because coming home at 6 p.m. and going to work at 7:30, 8 in the morning, it's a little chilly. But 82. Yeah, like I talked to my mother, and it was like 0 degrees a couple days, like a week or two ago, or something like that. What is going on? Why are we not watching the end of the game? What is going on? Like, really? What is going on? I don't get it. Why is the game not going on? I'm not missing the broadcast, guys. I'm still on the same channel. I do not miss. I do not miss the Missouri ice. I will say that, man. Yeah, like I'm. It's still on TVNN. like, I'm so confused. I'm so confused at what's going on. Maybe Korea's just like, I quit, man. Well, apparently there is. Apparently the game is over. So yeah, I'm watching it on my phone, and apparently the game is over. uh, yeah, it's wow. So the game is over, guys. Sorry, I missed the end of it because I was watching on the TV channel, and it was done. But yeah, the game is over. No, no mercy rule because they took the lead in the top of the eighth. So the bottom of the eighth would have been a 10-run mercy rule. So I was watching on the Korean cable network, and the game never came back on. I just switched to TVing the international or the streaming service, and it's now they're out on the field talking and everything. So it ended up at 13-3. I don't know what happened in the bottom of the ninth. Nothing really showed up. So sorry. That's all I can say. But I've been in Korea since 2014. So I've been here for quite a while. Been going to Korean baseball games since I moved here. And been a season ticket holder since 2018. So I have been through way more KBO. I've definitely been to way more KBO games than I have MLB games. Man, if he's back next year, you definitely have to, when you come visit, you absolutely have to let me know. But I mean, even if he's not back next year, if he ends up in Japan or back in the MLB. Oh. All right, so that'll be the end. No problem. Yeah. So Korea ends up winning 13-3. They really didn't hit better than Cuba. They hit more timely than Korea. They were able to string hits together. The big difference was the walks. So many walks. I think there was ended up being 11 walks and hit by pitches, maybe more, maybe 12, 13. The eighth inning was obviously the big damage as they scored 8. They ended up batting all the way around, plus a couple more. 9 straight guys reached base in the eighth inning and to kind of blow the game open. But thank you guys for tuning in. Korea versus Cuba again. It's just a 2-game friendly series talking about diplomatic relations. They've mended them. No problem, guys. I will do as many Premier 12 games as I possibly can. Obviously, with the time difference, there will be some issues. But I will. It doesn't matter if it's Korea or if it's Cuba or if it's the U.S. or it doesn't matter which team is playing. If I can stream it, I will stream it. So do not worry. I will do the best I can. You don't need to unfollow or unsubscribe. I will be doing as many games as possible. And again, with the games being the final rounds being in Japan, which is the same exact time zone as Korea, the finals will definitely be able to be broadcast. So, because I went through and looked at all of the schedules. So, starting the games, at least for us, will be on the 10th. Again, I just kind of popped the schedule up. The first game will be next Saturday. So, next Sunday, sorry. So just 8 days from now, 4 a.m. will be Netherlands versus Panama. I probably could stream that, but I don't know if I'll be able to. I will be here for the USA versus Puerto Rico game. That is 8 a.m. my time. It'll be much more comfortable for you guys as they're playing in Mexico, so there'll be I assume Central Time or maybe Rocky Mountain Time, something like that. I honestly don't know the Mexican time zones, but yeah. So I'll be doing as many streams as possible, so don't go too far. If you are wanting to watch the Premiere 12, I did do some research for you guys. There's a streaming service, DAZN. They have the global distribution, and I believe it is a paid streaming service or a paid program. At least in Korea, I know it is not available at least in the U.S. It is a paid streaming service, I believe. For us here in Korea, it does not. We have to watch it on something else, but so you'll be able to watch that. DAZN and the WBSC have a global partnership, so you'll be able to watch the games through that company. As far as in Korea, if you are in Korea watching, SPO TV has the rights currently, but they could sell the rights to like an online streaming service like TVing or something like that. So I don't know exactly who's going to have the rights to stream, but I would imagine all of the Korean games will be on regular TV like they are now, or at least cable TV. And then the other ones who knows where they will be. But thank you guys for tuning in to this 2-game series. Thank you guys, Kevin, Juan, those of you guys that helped me with the Cuban players and all of their stuff. Thank you guys very much. I will be back next week, next Sunday, for at least the USA game, Team USA team or game. So until next time.